What role should nuclear energy play in the energy transition?
I think nuclear will play a very important role for the clean electricity generation. I would, however, say that the major part of the future clean electricity will come from renewables, mainly solar, wind, hydropower, but nuclear has also a role to play to complement the renewable electricity, as nuclear provides electricity without any interruption. So there is a key role for nuclear to play. Whether or not nuclear will be able to play this role, we will understand today and the next meetings, because governments have a very important role in order to support new nuclear plants. I think this is definitely late. I wish we wouldn't have seen a major decline of nuclear power, especially in Europe, which is important for climate and the European electricity security. But now it is better than never that countries are coming back. But if it was before this push for nuclear, I think our chances of reaching our climate goals would have been slightly higher.
Is French model of nuclear energy?
French?
France.
I think France is doing an excellent job. President Macron putting the nuclear power as one of the key blocks of its energy policy is excellent. There was a lot of discussion in France whether or not France would need nuclear power or not. In my view, the nuclear power in France is as important as Arc de Triomphe in Paris. It's a national asset for France, and I hope that France will do the most out of it. So thank you.
These were afraid of nuclear energy due to security or other.
I think there, in France, you mentioned in your neighbor countries, there are no major problems if the nuclear is run in line with the rules and regulations. It is the same risk that you have for the other parts of the energy technologies. For me, the main risk is this momentum we are seeing now since almost 2 years, and the International Energy Agency has contributed this momentum is not going to continue, and it will die down. I see this is the main risk for nuclear power. I have to go. Thank you very much.
Ne trebuie fare.
Gajić da napiše. Da se vidi ko radi, a ko je Dušan Gajić. moj meteorološkoj.
Trois fois plus de nucléaire à l'horizon 2050. Est-ce que l'Union européenne va s'y mettre aussi?
D'abord, la question du mix énergétique, ce sont un des choix faits par les États membres. C'est un premier point. Cependant, on voit bien que si l'Europe veut être plus souveraine, avoir plus d'influence, être plus maître de notre destin, on doit progresser sur le terrain de l'indépendance énergétique. Et il est certain que le nucléaire est une des sources qui aide à donner plus d'indépendance, donc plus de liberté et plus d'influence. The strategic autonomy of the EU is the top priority in my opinion, and we know that the energy sector is fundamental for our future, for our ability to control our future, and it's why we know that the nuclear is one source that can help us to tackle the climate crisis on the one hand, and it can help us to build our strategic autonomy. But of course, at the EU level, the member states have the responsibility decide at the national level the energy mix, but this is good that we have a debate, that we decide to see how we can innovate, how we can invest to build more strategic autonomy and to tackle this climate crisis.
Est-ce que la France est un modèle aujourd'hui sur le nucléaire, M. Michel?
ani li notte. Ci si vede di.
What do you expect of this summit?
Well, I think we're very excited that this has been well organized by Prime Minister De Croo and Director General Grossi. As you know, at COP28, 25 countries led by the United States signed on to triple the amount of nuclear power by 2050. That is critical to meet the climate challenge. Citizens of Belgium, citizens of the United States, and citizens of the rest of the world are feeling the extreme effects of weather. We have to utilize clean energy resources, and nuclear power will be part of that. We're undertaking that in the United States, and I think what this summit will do will put a marker down that expansion of nuclear power is critical for tackling the climate crisis that is really beginning to disturb virtually everyone across the globe.
So Belgium and the United States have always worked together. Do you think Belgium and the United States should expand their collaboration on nuclear energy?
I think that this demonstrates that we are beginning to expand our collaboration on nuclear energy, and we look forward to further discussions in that regard. But we're on a path through support from the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, and we just secured $2.7 billion to restart our enrichment program, particularly for advanced fuels like HALEU in the United States. That happened just last week in the Congress. So we want to work with partners around the globe to ensure that we have secure supply chains. And what I would say is, particularly from the U.S. perspective, we have a long history with nuclear power and a commitment and a demonstrated prowess in safe, reliable, secure nuclear power. So we look forward to working with countries across the world, and certainly with Belgium.
Yes, Belgium will invest €100 in a Westinghouse small nuclear reactor. That's an American firm. What do you think of that?
Well, as I said, I think the U.S. nuclear supply chain, particularly in the new designs and the advanced reactors, small modular reactors, are reliable, safe, secure, and what we've seen in the United States, really, particularly because of the Inflation Reduction Act, is a massive investment in clean energy technology, including nuclear. But across the board, we've had over $650 billion announced investment since President Biden took office. More than half of that is in clean energy. That's across the board in things like batteries, electric vehicles, solar supply chains, deployment of solar and wind. We're building an offshore wind industry on the East Coast. Belgium and other European companies are participating in that. So we're very excited about all this.
Yes, but
I think I have to go in.
That took decades to
About
develop.
development banks, what are the odds of getting development banks to help finance nuclear? Can it be justified with the cost of
I think that that there's certainly interest by developing countries to be able to have support from the World Bank and other development banks, and we're supporting the French initiative to encourage the World Bank and other development banks to eliminate the restriction on funding nuclear. So I'm optimistic about that, but we'll see. Yeah. All right, thank you.
elkaar laten de hele dag nog. Goedemorgen. Goedemorgen.
Just one question. Is France a model for nuclear energy? Is France, our country, the model for nuclear energy?
No, they are doing very well. But for Hungary, the model is Hungary, you know.
What do you expect on the summit, Mr.?
Energy issue very often is a hostage of ideological approaches, which is bad. Energy is not an ideological issue and not a geopolitical one. Energy is a question of energy. So we would like to get out of that hostage position of the nuclear energy and approach and consider it as it is. This is the only source of energy which could be non-dangerous for the people in terms of pollution and at the same time produce big quantity what we need. So Hungary is very much in favor of that. Good luck. Issue sometimes in Europe is a hostage of ideological approaches, and we have to free out of that.
Thank you.
Pakistan greatly appreciates the initiative of IAEA and the Belgian government for holding the first ever nuclear energy summit in Belgium. We have gathered here to highlight and promote the potential of nuclear energy. It's safe, clean and cost-effective source of energy, and this can, take care. It's the most viable solution for climate mitigation and adaptation. Pakistan has long-standing experience in nuclear energy, and we are ready to share our expertise and experience with the world. I believe that the developing world must have an access to the nuclear energy, and for that matter, the multilateral financial institutions should come forward and start aggressively financing the nuclear energy projects. Thank you very much.
Danas važno to je da mi razumemo koliko smo za ostatku i kakve smo pogrešne odluke donosili 35-40 godina ranije i značaj koji se pridaje ovom samitu nama ukazuje na to koliko će nam struja proizvoditi nedostajati u budućnosti, da to pojednostavimo. Bez nuklearne energije mi nećemo biti u stanju da preživimo i dolazak veštačke inteligencije, električnih automobila, naša sve veća lenjost po pitanju iskopavanja otkrivki uglja, neophodnost da se odričemo fosilnih goriva, nuklearna energija je zelena energija i sve drugo nas stavlja u poziciju da ćemo morati da menjamo naše zakonske norme, da ćemo morati istovremeno da menjamo naše navike, ali da ćemo morati i da dovodimo ljude naše iz inostranstva jer nemamo dovoljan broj stručnih ljudi i da ćemo morati da obezbedimo značajna finansijska sredstva u budućnosti da bismo sve to mogli da napravimo. Tako da, bit će zanimljivo. Hvala, vidimo se.
Questions about the press of China.
un modèle dans l'énergie nucléaire. Est-ce que vous prenez la France comme un modèle aujourd'hui? 80% d'énergie nucléaire, est-ce que c'est un modèle?
Je crois que la France a beaucoup d'expérience avec l'énergie nucléaire et les idées que nous aborderons aujourd'hui, c'est comment faire que l'énergie nucléaire, qui n'ajoute pas aux émissions de CO2, peut aider pour tous les besoins de notre énergie dans les années à venir. Alors l'expérience de la France qui a pas mal de stations nucléaires, c'est toujours utile.
Est-ce que vaut mieux le nucléaire aux énergies renouvelables?
Elles sont compatibles. Merci.
La France, comme le plus grand fournisseur d'électricité, qu'est-ce que vous attendez du top?
De cette sommet? Je crois que c'est bien que dans le contexte de décarbonisation, qu'on aborde la question de l'utilité de l'énergie nucléaire, parce qu'il n'y a pas d'émissions de CO2, et tous les pays qui ont des centrales nucléaires ont une certaine expérience que les autres pays membres de l'Union peuvent partager.
Qu'est-ce que vous attendez de ce sommet concrètement? Qu'est-ce qu'elle doit refléter, la déclaration finale?
Les idées de financement de l'énergie nucléaire dans l'avenir. Merci. Za sve. Dakle, bitno je kako ćemo koristiti nuklearnu energiju u budućnosti za proizvodnju električne energije. Za Hrvatsku je to posebno bitno kao 50% suvlasnica nuklearne elektrane Krško, iz koje dolazi između 15 i 20% potreba za našu električnu energiju i sigurno je da moramo vidjeti u budućnosti kako nuklearnu energiju učiniti što bolje financiranom i što lakše financiranom od strane europskih sredstava.
Hoćete razgovarati sa predsjednikom Vučićem danas?
Uvijek se sretnemo na samitima. Hvala.
Pourquoi ce sommet est si important aujourd'hui?
Il est important parce qu'il faut discuter l'énergie nucléaire dans le contexte de décarbonisation. Il s'agit d'énergie où il n'y a pas des émissions additionnelles de CO2 et dans le contexte de financement de l'énergie nucléaire dans l'avenir.
Alors, le nucléaire, certains disent qu'il est trop cher. Le nouveau nucléaire, la priorité, c'est d'abord d'aller avec l'ancien nucléaire et de pouvoir refaire de nouvelles centrales peut-être dans le futur.
Oui, il y a deux pistes. Une piste c'est nouvelle et l'autre c'est d'améliorer et prolonger la vie des centrales nucléaires que nous avons aujourd'hui.
Le mix énergétique, le nucléaire, il n'est pas incompatible avec les énergies renouvelables?
Pas du tout, je crois qu'ils sont compatibles. Chez nous, par exemple, la centrale nucléaire que nous avons en Slovénie, qui est copropriétaire avec la Croatie de 50%, c'est entre 15 et 20% de nos besoins d'énergie électrique.
Est-ce qu'ici on n'est pas trop tard en Europe? Est-ce qu'on n'a pas raté cette transition pour le nucléaire?
Non,
pas en arrière?
Non, je ne crois pas. Tout ça qui se passe aujourd'hui, c'est dans le contexte de 2050, de l'idée que le continent européen sera neutre du point de vue de décarbonisation.
Merci.
Merci.
Սիրում եք գնումներ անել տնից, գերազանց առաջարկ Էլդորադոից։ Օնլայնացում։ Մեր ողջ տեսականիով սրահը ձեր տանը։ Eldorado.am կայքում ապրանքներ զեղչված գներով։ Զինվեք միջոցներով, որ գնեք գերշահավետ ու նաև մասնակցեք 1 միլիոն դրամի տեխնիկայի գովազդային խաղարկությանը։ Դե հանդիպում ենք օնլայն Eldorado.am։ Շահավետ է։
Սովորիր փորձառուներից։ Զարմացրու եւ գործիր հրաշքներ։ Չէ որ հնարավորություններդ անսահմանափակ են։ Անսահմանափակ ինտերնետ անհնարինի սահմանները ջնջելու համար։ Be free unlimited։
You gotta free all to be free.
Czech Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in a couple of minutes. May I ask you to take your seats, please? Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to welcome you today for the very first Nuclear Energy Summit. This is the highest level meeting to date, exclusively focused on the topic of nuclear energy. And this summit is a testament to the open and innovative spirit of Brussels, and the Atomium is a symbol of that. Today will feature national statements by each of the delegations present, a host press conference, and a sequence of panel discussions to debate the place of nuclear power in our road to net zero. Allow me to give the floor to one of today's hosts, the Belgian Prime Minister, for his opening remarks. Please welcome Mr. Alexander De Croo.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming from around the world, a very warm welcome here in Brussels. We are just a few steps away from the Atomium. The Atomium, a symbol of technology and innovation, an infinite belief in scientific progress. When the Atomium was erected in 1958, it was very different from your everyday monument. It echoed the optimism about the atomic age, with gleaming spheres evoking scientific wonder. Reflecting human ingenuity, the Atomium inspired generations to come. This is the very reason why we meet today. Reaching net zero by 2050 will require the same human ingenuity. And nuclear energy will be part of achieving that ambitious goal. For Belgium, today's gathering is about accelerating our collective path to climate neutrality. Every day, in every corner of the globe, the consequences of climate change are becoming increasingly visible. We cannot waste any time when it comes to fighting global warming. The challenge we face is enormous. It will require vast, safe, and reliable amounts of carbon-neutral energy. It will require a perspective for sustainable growth. It will require us to have our citizens and industries on board. It will require nuclear energy as part of the mix. Energy abundance is the way forward. Our energy future depends on pursuing an and story, not and/or. And that is exactly what Belgium has done over recent years, by investing massively in offshore renewable energy. Our coastline is very limited, but we are quadrupling our offshore wind power production in the North Sea. By 2030, our production will cover the electricity consumption of 5 million households, almost all of our population. We are erecting the world's first energy island in our waters, with interconnectors that will connect wind farms from all over Northern Europe. But Belgium has also decided to extend the operations of its youngest power plants for a further 10 years. And we are investing 100 million in SMR research. Our approach must be comprehensive, embracing different energy sources, navigating the complexities of energy security in the 21st century. This first Nuclear Energy Summit brings together over 300 CEOs, entrepreneurs, scientists, and civil society figures alongside 37 political leaders. You will plan our common energy future together, from intentions to projects, from PowerPoints to standardization and scalability. To achieve our goals, we will need your ingenuity. Governments, but even more so, our citizens and private partners. We will only succeed when innovation is brought to the market in a cost-effective manner. Repeatability is at its heart, pushing back the optimism bias that all too often hinders budgeting and planning. This is the key to achieve the promise of the atom once again. One final word of gratitude for your leadership, Director General Grossi de Rafael, for your recognition of Belgium's nuclear heritage, for your support to my government effort to reverse course and to achieve lifetime extension under difficult circumstances. I wish all of you here today creativity, perseverance, and of course, ingenuity. Enjoy this first global summit for nuclear energy. We are proud to be your host. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister De Croo. This summit is co-organized by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the World Center for Cooperation in the Nuclear Field, while promoting the safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology. I would therefore like to give the floor to the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency for his opening remarks, Dr. Rafael Mariano Grossi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Alexander, thank you for hosting us for this first ever Nuclear Energy Summit. It is interesting to note that it took 70 years of commercial exploitation of nuclear energy to have the first meeting at your level, at our level, at the level of world leaders. And it's logical that it happens now. Could have happened before, but now it is not a good thing to have. It is a need. It is a necessary thing to have. There is a convergence of factors that we all know and you as leaders are dealing with every day. There is an energy crisis, an energy dilemma. There are also undeniable tensions in the world, and we know for a fact that nuclear energy today, not as a prospect, not as a plan, not as a utopian idea, is today, as we speak, providing a quarter, 25% of the clean energy which is produced in the world, and here in Europe, half of it. But more is needed in a collaborative way. As Alexander was wisely saying, this is not a beauty contest. This is a fight where we have to use all the available, dispatchable, CO2-free energy sources for the common challenge, which is to decarbonize our energy matrices as soon as we can. And we are moving in that direction. As I was saying, it took 70 years to get to the first summit. It took 28 conferences on climate change to recognize at long last that nuclear should be accelerated. And it's good that it has happened. Better late than never. And now we need to see what is needed so that this is done in the right way. And this is why the IAEA is part of the effort. This is why we are here. Because we were created in the 1950s, more or less at the time the beautiful atomium was being built. In fact, the atomium was 58. The IAEA was created in 57, after the 1953 Atoms for Peace speech by President Eisenhower at the United Nations. Atoms for Peace is what we need. And Atoms for Peace is all about the challenge that we have in front of us. The important thing is that this, in a world that is, of course, confronted with all these tensions and differences, this, as you can see here, this is a global effort. It's not Europe, it's Africa, it's Asia, it's Latin America, it's North America, it's the world that needs this to get its act together and to do it in a better way. But of course, when we meet at this level of leaders, it's not to celebrate or simply to commemorate something, it's to think about how to do it better and how to do it right. And this is why I'm very proud to say that all the participants from all over the world reunited here in Brussels have agreed on a declaration that addresses these points. This declaration addresses all these points, but also focuses on what we still need to do in order to facilitate, to make possible that this promise, that this factor, that the nuclear factor is there in the right way. And what we have in mind here, of course, is aspects that are very, very concrete, very tangible, like the financing, for example. And we know that still we do have, or we do not have, rather, a level playing field when it comes to integrating nuclear. We still have an international financial institutions and architecture that in some cases, even today, prevents, forbids financing of nuclear projects. But we have moved beyond that. A page has been turned, and we have to make sure that we are well aligned to do what we need to do. This is why we are so happy to be here. This is why the first ever nuclear energy summit is marking a way forward. And the IAEA is going, of course, to be playing its role, to make sure that whenever that happens, whenever nuclear energy is used, whenever we are benefiting from that, this is going to be done in a safe, secure, and in a non-proliferation way. So thank you again, Alexander, for having so graciously hosted this important historic meeting. We are there. We are going to be working together. This is a decision. Nuclear energy will be part of the solution, and we are very happy to be doing it with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General Grossi. And we are joined here today with quite a lot of delegations from around the world and more than 300 representatives from industry, civil society, and the broader nuclear energy community. We will now move on to the national statements by each of the delegations gathered here today. Welcome the President of the European Council, His Excellency Charles Michel.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Alexander, Madam President of the Commission, dear Director General Rafael Grossi, dear Head of State, Head of Governments, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, dear Alexander, let me thank you for hosting this important summit under the Belgian presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, a more sovereign Europe is not just wishful thinking. Today, the world is more dangerous and unpredictable than ever. Wars, conflicts, climate change, and the digital revolution. And that's why in the EU we know that we must take greater responsibility for our common future. Our actions must match our ambitions. We are getting stronger in strategic areas and building our European sovereignty, especially in two critical areas that should be priorities for all of us. First, our competitiveness and prosperity. Second, our security and defense. Russia's war against Ukraine has been a brutal awakening for all of us. It showed we need to be a lot stronger in security and defense. We must be defense ready. But Russia's war has also had a dramatic impact on our energy security. In fact, the Kremlin fired an energy missile at Europe to obliterate our economies, weaken our societies, and destroy our morale. And it showed we must be more independent in the energy sector and less dependent on unreliable regimes for our energy. More independence means more freedom. Freedom to act boldly, to defend our interests and to promote our fundamental values. And that's why we must build a genuine energy union as a pillar of our EU sovereignty, because this would allow Europeans to act collectively and give us more energy security and more control of our future. Nuclear energy has a role to play in our European sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, nuclear energy accounts for about 10% of electricity generation globally. And in the EU, each member state decides on its own energy mix, including whether to include nuclear power or not. Nuclear can help ensure grid stability when fossil fuel power stations are phased out, Nuclear helps give our union more energy security. Nuclear energy can also help us fight climate change by reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. We are investing massively in renewables, it was said by the Prince of Belgium. But we need to do more, we must innovate more, small modular reactors, foster new technologies such as hydrogen. They could be decisive in decarbonizing our building sector, for instance, and promising advances in fusion and fission technologies could be a game changer for the future of nuclear energy. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we also need to strengthen nuclear security around the world. And the IAEA plays a crucial role helping countries apply international safety standards to strengthen nuclear power plant safety. Dear Director General, dear friend Rafael Grossi, the EU fully supports you, your work. The agency is playing a fundamental role in ensuring nuclear energy is used for safe, secure and peaceful purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, the green and energy transition is a challenge for every country across the globe, and nuclear has a role in supporting these transitions that affect every human being, no matter where they live on this planet. Today, again, Europe is being severely challenged. European sovereignty is, I am convinced, our best answer to this challenge, our path to making the EU stronger, more independent and more influential. We will deliver on this vision. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now I'm very honored to give the floor to the President of the European Commission. May I ask you a warm welcome to Her Excellency, Ursula von der Leyen.
Dear Prime Minister Alexander De Croo, fellow leaders, Excellencies, Director General Grossi, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity to address this summit meeting. As everyone is aware, there are different views across the European Union on nuclear power. But I am here because I believe that in countries that are open to the technology, nuclear technology can play an important role in the clean energy transition. I can also see that after the global energy crisis caused by Russia's invasion in Ukraine, many countries are giving a fresh look to the potential role that nuclear might play. So why is this? First of all, of course, to reach our climate goals. Let us not forget that nuclear power worldwide is the second largest source of low-emission electricity after hydropower. Second, of course, to safeguard our energy security. Countries look to reduce their dependence on imported fossil fuels. And the third reason is to ensure our competitiveness. Nuclear power can provide a reliable anchor for electricity prices. Now, this renewed interest comes at a pivotal moment. Most pathways to net zero keep a place open for nuclear power. And if I look at the International Energy Agency's 2050 scenario, for example, nuclear power, nuclear capacity has more than to double till 2050, while renewables, of course, take the most of the work of decarbonizing global electricity supply. And yes, also our European Commission projections show that renewable energy sources in the majority are complemented by nuclear energy and will be the backbone of the EU power production by 2050. However, this future for nuclear technology is hardly assured. The reality today in most markets is a reality of a slow but steady decline in market share. So if you look at the world as a whole, nuclear currently accounts for 9% of the global electricity mix. But in 1988, nuclear power reached 18% share. That is the double of today. And the same is visible within the European Union. Nuclear power is still the largest single source of electricity generation in the European Union, with a 22% share. But that share is substantially below the levels reached in the 1990s, when nuclear power generated 1/3 of Europe's electricity. So what would it take for nuclear to make a substantial contribution to our climate neutrality objective? And I see a few key tasks ahead of us. The main one is to secure new investments. The IAEA Analyses tells us that investments need to accelerate already this decade and reach new heights in the 2030s to meet the Paris Agreement target. That requires support from governments to ensure that financing is available and that nuclear's contribution to electricity security is properly valued and remunerated. It secondly means discipline from the nuclear power industry. The future of nuclear depends on the industry's ability to deliver on time and on budget. Far too often, the realization of nuclear power plants has resulted in significant additional costs and overruns. Another task is to look at new opportunities to support the clean transition. The biggest opportunity is clearly in the electricity sector. But there are other potential avenues for nuclear, for example, to provide decarbonized heat or to supply low-emission hydrogen. These can help cut emission from industry, which will be critical to reach climate goals. Then there is, of course, also the issue of lifetime extensions for existing nuclear plants, provided, of course, they are safe operations. Given the urgency of the climate challenge, countries need to consider their options carefully before they forego a readily available source of low-emission electricity. Extending the safe operation of today's nuclear fleet is one of the cheapest ways to secure clean power at scale. So it can help pave a cost-effective path to net zero. The final task is to innovate. Innovation in nuclear technologies is a very dynamic space, particularly for nuclear power technologies such as small modular reactors. And of course, as with every emergent technology, there are ups and downs, successes and failures. That is quite normal. But SMRs are a promising technology, and there is a race underway. The race is among leading countries and companies to prove this technology and bring it to the market. More than 80 projects around the world are moving forward, and several of our member states have expressed a strong interest in SMRs, so let's go for it. So to conclude, I leave you with these 4 tasks. Invest now in climate neutrality 2050. Broaden your engagement with clean energy transition. Consider the extending of lifetimes of existing plants with full commitment to the highest level of safety, and innovate. If the industry and governments can deliver on these tasks, then I can see a way forward for nuclear power to make a significant contribution to a rapid, safe and secure net zero future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President von der Leyen. And now, please welcome the President of Romania, His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis.
Thank you. Prime Minister De Croo, Director General Grossi, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by thanking our hosts, Prime Minister De Croo and Director General Grossi, for organizing a summit stressing the urgency of climate action and the importance of nuclear energy in the global energy transition. This summit bears profound significance, emerging in the aftermath of the landmark inclusion of nuclear energy in the global stocktake at COP28 in Dubai. Climate change is a global challenge that requires coordinated action and ambitious measures. The International Atomic Energy Agency is crucial in facilitating cooperation towards increasing our social and economic development. Romania's cooperation with the agency will continue as we embark towards a more sustainable and energy-secure future. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania is determined to develop its nuclear energy program through enhancing large-scale production capacity and deploying the innovative small modular reactor technology by working with the United States and other key partners. Moreover, we aim to become a regional leader in nuclear energy operations and deployment, in training specialized workforce and the supply chain hub for nuclear energy production. In developing the National Nuclear Energy Program, we are committed to safety for the public and the environment, secure operation of our facilities, and full compliance with our non-proliferation requirements. Excellencies, I expect today's summit to strengthen the commitment to the expansion of nuclear power in the European Union and global energy mix. This commitment is essential for unlocking timely investments, for consolidating supply chains, and for training the next generation of nuclear energy specialists. I welcome recent steps taken in this regard by the European Commission, such as the European Industrial Alliance on small modular reactors. We need to make sure that our nuclear energy ambitions benefit from suitable financial support, considering also the role of nuclear power in accelerating decarbonization. Combining public and private funding is crucial in creating a business model for accelerated nuclear deployment, easily replicable. We need to expand our investments in research, demonstration projects, and development of nuclear materials and technologies. In conclusion, allow me to call for unified action that leverages the massive potential of nuclear energy to drive us towards a net zero and energy secure future. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to the President of Serbia, His Excellency Aleksandar Vučić.
Dear Alexander, thank you for hosting us. Mr. Grossi, dear colleagues, dear friends, will do my best to be as brief as it is possible. You cannot learn a lot from Serbia on these issues because after the breakup of former Yugoslavia, we haven't had any experiences with nuclear energy. But I believe that this summit is of an utmost importance for the future of my country as well for the future of an entire European continent, and much more important than many meetings, gatherings, forums we attended so far, and which were like bureaucratically organized just to see each other and not to do many things. Why I believe this is very important? Because we are all ready to discuss big plans, big things in the future and for the future, but we don't know how to implement it. Number one, we said to ourselves that we need to at least double the production of military ordnance, armament, weaponry, and everything else. Then we need to boost our growth rates, which are, speaking about European continent, so small that I don't know how we can provide not only a bigger growth rates, but this type of production and participation in or getting more SMRs or use of nuclear energy in the future. We have three problems. Number one is that we, at least in my country, we have know-how. We don't have know-how about use of nuclear energy, and we don't know exactly where to get it. Number two is how we're going to finance all these projects, and I can tell you in advance that we are very much interested in getting at least 4 SMRs that can replace 1,200 megawatts. We don't know how to do it, how to finance it, because it costs around 7.5 up to 8 billion euros. Anyway, we'll be ready to participate significantly, but we need to get some sort of support from the other sides, from the leading states, leading countries of European Union. And number three, it means that we'll always need to get a change of mindsets of our people, which is not easy, but we are ready to do it, which means that we'll not only adjust, but we'll have to change an overall legislative framework, and we'll do it. And at the end, if we're going to have a continuation of terrible security situation, which means different type of wars in the world, my question would be, who's going to finance it? How are we going to finance it? How are we going to secure bigger growth rates? How are we going to produce more military equipment than we used to? Or is it just another fairy tale? Anyway, I believe this is very useful. I really believe in this and would like to get a lot of help, particularly know-how for my country, and will ask our hosts and all the others to be as much supportive as it is possible. And Mr. Grossi, please come to Belgrade as soon as possible. You're always very welcome, and thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry that I took a lot of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now please welcome the Prime Minister of Armenia, His Excellency Nikola Pashinyan.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister De Croo, Director General Grossi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my sincere gratitude to Director General Grossi for convening this inaugural Nuclear Energy Summit, and to Prime Minister De Croo for generously hosting this important gathering. Armenia, as a state relying on nuclear power generation, stands firmly behind the consensus that nuclear energy is indispensable in our fight against climate change, and recognizes the inalienable right of NPT state parties to develop it for peaceful purposes without discrimination and political barriers. This is why Armenia was among 22 countries who fully supported the International Atomic Energy Agency statement on nuclear power at the UN Climate Change Conference in Dubai in December 2023. We also proudly align ourselves with the historic decision made at the COP28, which recognized nuclear energy as one of the solutions to climate change alongside other low-carbon energy sources. Nuclear energy stands as a cornerstone in our strategy, ensuring both the energy security of our nation and the mitigation of climate change. We commend Director General Grossi's efforts to elevate nuclear energy to the forefront of high-level discussions on climate change mitigation. For Armenia, nuclear energy plays an essential role and helps to achieve our national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. For decades, the Armenian nuclear power plant has been serving as a critical element of our energy system, ensuring the stability and sustainability of energy production. Presently, about 30% of our country's electricity derives from nuclear energy. Our course of arrival to that point was thorny, met with dramatic period of closure of the nuclear power plant. Today, we can proudly state that among other crucial things, it also symbolizes and strengthens our sovereignty. Armenia actively collaborates with the International Atomic Energy Agency, adopting a proactive stance to ensure nuclear safety and security while fulfilling all its obligations. We regularly host review and peer review missions, reports of which clearly indicate that Armenia is operating the power plant in line with IAEA safety standards. The absence of any nuclear or radiation safety incidents throughout the history of our plant's operations speaks volumes about our unwavering dedication to this cause. This achievement is a testament to Armenia's political will and expertise. We also acknowledge with gratitude the indispensable technical assistance, knowledge and guidance from the IAEA and partner countries, which have been critical in guaranteeing the safe, secure and reliable operation of our nuclear power plant. With such experience and set priorities, Armenia, alongside many countries present here, has decided to extend the lifetime of its nuclear power plant from 2026 until 2036. In December 2023, the government of Republic of Armenia approved the implementation project for the extension of the operational lifespan of the Armenian nuclear power plant. We are committed to implementing timely and adequate measures related to aging management and appropriate safety improvements in cooperation with partner states and under the guidance of the agency. This extension will lay a solid foundation for the smooth transition to a new power unit upon the end of the Armenian nuclear power plant's extended operational period, which is our ultimate objective. In this regard, Armenia is committed to fostering close collaboration with and leveraging the expertise of both IAEA and partner countries to identify the optimal solution for replacing the current unit. Our transparent and open policy for the safe and peaceful use of atomic energy will continue to guide our efforts as we explore advanced nuclear technologies to further enhance safety, efficiency, and environmental credentials in our nuclear energy sector. Today, we renew our collective commitment to unleashing the full potential of nuclear power and fostering conducive conditions for its development. Regrettably, ongoing conflict worldwide not only jeopardize the safety and security of nuclear facilities, but also hinder the advancement of peaceful nuclear initiatives. Armenia calls upon all international partners to seize the historic opportunity of the current summit and with the joint efforts advance the commitments and goals set out in the summit declaration to pave the way towards a cleaner, safer, and more sustainable future for the generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. May I ask a warm welcome for our next speaker, Prime Minister of Bulgaria, His Excellency Nikolai Denkov.
Dear Mr. Chairperson, dear Alexander, dear Excellencies and distinguished guests. First, I would like to thank to the International Atomic Energy Agency and to Belgium for hosting this inaugural Nuclear Energy Summit. Nuclear power plays an important role in ensuring national, regional and global energy security. It's a key element in achieving the European Union's targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and advancing climate-neutral economy. These are also among the main priorities of my own country, Bulgaria. Safety and security of the nuclear facilities are a major factor for the development of nuclear energy. Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war against Ukraine poses the gravest threat that we have today to the safety and security of our nations. Russia's illegal seizure of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has led to unprecedented nuclear safety and security breaches that threaten Ukraine and the wider European region. That's why we commend the professional and indispensable work of the international energy experts to prevent a nuclear accident in Ukraine. We urge Russia to return full control to the Ukrainian authorities and to immediately withdraw its troops from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Bulgaria has a proven 50 years of experience in the safe and secure operation of nuclear power plant, as well as unique experience in the decommissioning of nuclear units. We will continue to rely on nuclear power as a major factor in our country's energy balance under the conditions of high technology, production efficiency, no greenhouse emissions, competitive prices and a high level of nuclear safety, security and radiation protection. Investing in new nuclear generation is seen as one of the cornerstones of our national strategy, allowing scale-up of renewables and achieving net zero industry in the country and the whole region. Investing in new generation means also investing in research and innovation, which will accelerate our global knowledge and skills. Nowadays, energy security also depends on our ambitions and technological achievements, the main element of which is diversification. Over-dependence on a limited range of sources exposes us to supply disruptions and price volatility. To achieve, Bulgaria has taken important steps toward nuclear fuel diversification by securing independent and competitive suppliers from several different countries. Further, intensified exchange and collaboration need to be fostered on the whole nuclear value chain, underlying the importance of investment in education, training, safety regulations, and public awareness and involvement of stakeholders. The above goals and achievements of Bulgaria would not have been realized with the constructive and effective international cooperation. We thus reaffirm again the central role of the international agency in strengthening and coordinating states' joint efforts while promoting a strong and sustainable global framework for nuclear safety and security. And we verify our adherence to the respective safeguarding obligations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now please welcome Xi Jinping's Special Representative and Vice Prime Minister of China, His Excellency Zhang Kuntin.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，很高兴作为中国国家主席习近平特别代表出席首届核能峰会。首先，我荣幸地转达习近平主席对国际原子能机构和比利时举办首届核能峰会的良好祝愿，预祝峰会取得圆满成功。核能在应对气候变化、保障能源安全中具有独特的优势。10年前，习近平主席提出理性、协调、并进的核安全观。2020年，习近平主席郑重宣布，中国将力争2030年前实现碳达峰。2060年前实现碳中和。为了实现这一目标，我们将核电作为构建新型能源体系的重要选项，制定实施了积极、安全、有序发展核电的政策措施。截止到2023年底，中国大陆在运核电机组55台。在建机组36台，去年核电发电44万吉瓦时，相当于节约标煤1.3亿吨，减排二氧化碳3.5亿吨。与此同时，我们积极帮助发展中国家培养核专业人才，协助发展中国家开展核能基础设施建设，在农业、医疗、污染治理等领域拓展核技术应用合作，支持国际原子能机构技术合作计划。中国以自己的实际行动和成效，为促进全球能源绿色低碳转型做出了积极贡献。各位同事，应对气候变化、保障能源安全是全人类共同面临的挑战。习近平主席提出了全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议。我们愿同各方携手行动，共同推动核能更好助力全球经济、社会和环境可持续发展。我们要推动技术创新，在核能基础研究、第4代核能技术研发和示范应用、小型模块化反应堆应用、核能综合利用、可控核聚变技术研发等领域加强合作，努力提供更加先进、更加安全、更加普惠的核科技解决方案。我们要守护核能安全，持续加强核安全、核安保、核不扩散的努力，在核电站运行监管、乏燃料和放射性废物管理等方面深化交流合作，推进核安全共建、共治、共享 构建核安全命运共同体。我们要促进普惠包容，加大对发展中国家的核能发展的技术投入和资源投入，支持发展中国家将核能纳入其能源体系，让核能发展成果更多地惠及发展中国家。我们要坚持开放有序，推动全球核能治理朝着更加公正合理的方向发展，加强国际核能产业分工协作，增强全球核能产业链、供应链韧性和安全，反对将和平利用核能问题政治化。各位同事，国际原子能机构是全球核领域合作的中心，其宗旨是原子能用于和平与发展。我们愿意继续与机构及各方一道，为实现这一宗旨而不懈努力，建设持久和平、普遍安全、共同繁荣、开放包容、清洁美丽的世界，构建人类命运共同体。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Prime Minister of China. And now please welcome the Prime Minister of Croatia, His Excellency Andrej Plenković.
Thank you very much, dear Alexander. In 2022, nuclear energy represented 21.8% of the EU's electricity production. This shows the importance of this technology for the energy transition in the European Union. Moreover, in light of recent geopolitical developments, particularly Russia's aggression against Ukraine, it is crucial that this technology is recognized and supported as a key element, helping to secure the European Union's energy independence alongside with energy coming from renewable resources. In order to achieve our goals by 2050 and strengthen our global competitiveness, we need to set a clear and predictable framework for the research and development and financing of nuclear technology. This is important not just for our citizens and businesses, but also for potential investors and the scientific community who are working tirelessly on different types of projects based on nuclear technology. In this regard, I would like to highlight a major change has been brought about by the recognition of nuclear energy as an environmentally sustainable, because the taxonomy adopted in the EU legal framework paves the way for private investments in this strategic technology for the implementation of the European Green Plan. Thanks to our efforts, the next step should be to open the discussions on the possibility of financing new nuclear projects through the EIB and other relevant financial institutions. My country, Croatia, does not have a nuclear power plant on its national territory, but we are equal co-owners with Slovenia of the Krško nuclear power plant located on Slovenian territory. This is the reason why international statistics sometimes incorrectly present the share of nuclear energy in the Croatian energy mix, which is not zero, since it represents 20% of our electricity production, which is not imported from Slovenia but actually repatriated to Croatia. Over the years, we have invested more than 350 million euros in strengthening nuclear security, an essential prerequisite for extending its lifespan. We have thus guaranteed that this plant will remain operational until 2043. Furthermore, regarding the nuclear energy for the future beyond 2050, we are very much interested in the development of small modular reactors. This is why we welcome the initiative to launch the European Industrial Alliance on Small Modular Reactors. It is important for this technology becomes commercial and is led by the European industry. When it comes to the strategic development of nuclear energy, we must not forget about fusion, clean nuclear energy without radioactive releases. It is the future of nuclear energy for the second half of the century. Great progress has already been made with ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, being an excellent example of successful international cooperation. We are strongly involved in the EU's nuclear fusion program. On the one hand, we have an industry that is very actively involved in the construction of ITER, and on the other hand, with our Spanish friends, we are actively working on the DONES project, which is an important segment of the nuclear fusion program. I am convinced that the nuclear fusion will ensure the continuity of nuclear energy beyond 2050 and become an important segment in a world where CO2 emissions have, I hope, been significantly reduced. To achieve this, it is necessary to work even more intensively on the implementation of ITER, DONES, and ultimately the construction of the nuclear fusion power plant demo. The EU is able and must provide all the necessary support for the future development of nuclear fusion, in particular by adopting a European strategy for nuclear fusion as a first step towards the accelerated development of nuclear fusion. This will create synergies and ensure that the EU becomes an important link in the future global nuclear fusion industry. If all member states decide to work together, the European Union will be able to mobilize the scientific, technical and financial capital necessary to tackle the biggest challenges in the nuclear sector and pave the way for clean nuclear power, whose resources are virtually unlimited without radioactive waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And now may I ask a warm welcome to the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, His Excellency Petr Fiala.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Alexander, dear Director General Grossi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for today's summit. The time is limited, so I will give you only 3 short perspectives of the importance of nuclear energy, global, European and Czech. For more than 2 years, we are facing the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and energy blackmail of many other countries. This is combined with geopolitical issues in other parts of the world. It is important to end our dependency on fossil and nuclear fuels from aggressive and unreliable countries. We should work to achieve energy security by cooperating among reliable partners. Together we need to work on ensuring sustainable, affordable and secure energy. Nuclear energy, together with renewable energy, is and will be the essential part of our energy mix. At a European level, we have initiated the Nuclear Energy Alliance. It now includes more than half of EU member states. Nuclear alliance countries and our industries are leaders of the nuclear renaissance in Europe. Together we stand for respecting nuclear energy as low-carbon source in key EU legislation. This will help us reach our climate goals. We must include this nuclear strategy into the policy program of the next European Commission. We cannot waste any more time. Finally, from the Czech perspective, nuclear is a cost-effective way to decarbonization. It brings grid stability and security of supply. It is the only way to reach our energy independence. Our goal is to reach a 50% share of nuclear energy in our power generation in 2050. We strive for long-term operation of our current 6 reactors for the next 60 years. Last year, we made sure that we will not be dependent on Russian fuel anymore. We make progress with our planned new nuclear unit in Dukovany and prepare to decide on additional units soon. To support our ambitious plans for new nuclear builds, we enabled more efficient permitting and licensing processes. We also prepared a national roadmap for small modular reactors. We have a long tradition of nuclear industry and research. We are ready to collaborate on projects abroad. International cooperation will bring all of us bigger benefits in the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me tell you a short story, very short story. More than 125 years ago, Marie Curie Skłodowska and her husband managed to isolate a phenomenal new element, radium. It is connected with a small Czech town called Jáchymov. Radium could light in the darkness. In the hands of a doctor, it could cure serious diseases. Today, the Czech spa town Jáchymov is known as a cradle of the atomic age. Dear friends, nuclear technology can significantly improve our lives in many areas, from public health to sustainable energy. The momentum for nuclear energy is now. Let's not miss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Finland, His Excellency Petteri Orpo.
Prime Minister De Croo, Director General Grossi, President Macron, dear colleagues, this summit is a great opportunity to discuss nuclear energy both in European and in global context. Nuclear energy is a key in building clean, secure and affordable energy system. For Finland, nuclear energy is a very important part of our sustainable energy system, and we need to work together in order to find right solutions in Europe and globally. For the European leaders, including many of us here today, setting a EU 2040 climate target is one of the key priorities for the coming years. Globally, we need to strengthen our actions to meet objectives of Paris Agreement. Nuclear energy together with renewables is an answer to decarbonize our energy system and industry. We have to be ready to promote and defend a technologically neutral approach. In our view, technological neutrality should be the guiding principle in all measures when implementing the 2030 target. Finland highlights the predictable EU policy lays the ground for energy investments and innovations. Director General Grossi, let me start by expressing my full support your work. I commend you and the Secretariat for professional, objective and impartial work. There are so many ways how the IAEA can support civil nuclear energy, in particular in the topical area of small modular reactors. One of the great examples, the nuclear harmonization and standardization initiative. This is an approach that the Finnish government strongly supports. Ladies and gentlemen, Finland has strongly condemned Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine from the beginning. The war of aggression is a serious threat to the safety of nuclear installations, and I want to express Finland's strong support to the IAEA's work concerning the nuclear safety, security and safeguards in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, we have over 45 years tradition in successful and safe use of nuclear power. With Olkiluoto 3, Europe's largest power plant, and renewable solutions, we have been able to secure affordable electricity to our citizens. And in the future, we might use nuclear energy for district heating and hydrogen production as well. We are also approaching the start of deep geological disposal of used nuclear fuel as the first country in the world. Finland calls for deep international collaboration to ensure safe and secure usage of nuclear energy and for enabling development of new kinds of nuclear solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister Orpo. And now please welcome the Prime Minister of Hungary, His Excellency Viktor Orbán.
Presidents, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, dear colleagues, the challenges we have been faced with recently have further raised the significance of safe and secure supply of energy. The question became absolutely obvious: how can we generate big quantity of electricity in a cheap, safe, sustainable and environmentally friendly way? The answer is clear. It is only the nuclear way of generating electricity which can simultaneously satisfy all these requirements. Hungary has been using nuclear energy for almost 5 decades, and this provides a stable basis for the safety of our energy supply. Half of all produced electricity is ensured by our nuclear power plant, which covers a third of our electricity demand. Based on this experience, we decided not only to maintain our already existing capacities, but to invest more into nuclear and to increase its share to 70% when it comes to national electric supply. According to the current state of play, a new capacity of 2,400 megawatt will be connected to the grid during the beginning of the next decade. This will enable us to avoid imports of 3.5 billion cubic meters of natural gas every year, and our annual CO2 emission will be decreased by 17 million tons, which equals 1.5 times more than the emission of the entire Hungarian transportation sector, and 3 times more compared to what all our forests in Hungary can digest. We are happy to note that regardless of the geopolitical difficulties, a wide range international, professional and scientific cooperation still exists on the field of nuclear energy, while Russia became the #1 uranium supplier of the United States last year. A number of American, German, French, Swedish, Swiss, and even Austrian subcontractors are working together with the Russian constructors on our nuclear expansion project. It is the interest of all of us to prevent nuclear energy to become hostage of geopolitical conflicts, hypocrisy, and ideological debates. Therefore, let me finally thank all of you to interfere into the European Court case regarding our nuclear investment and to ensure the safe delivery of nuclear fuel to our existing plant. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And for the next national statement. I'm very honored to give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Please welcome Mr. Mark Rutte.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Alexander, thank you for hosting this important event. I think our presence here this is the first ever nuclear energy summit. It illustrates, I believe, a widespread recognition of the crucial role that nuclear power can play in and combating climate change and providing energy security. For a long time, many of us had reservations, a key reason being the 1986 Chernobyl disaster, which people of my generation still remember vividly. But times have changed. Safety technology has evolved. And, of course, our views on the urgency of a fossil-free future have changed dramatically in recent decades. I believe there can be no doubt now that the war in Ukraine and its impact on the energy sector has acted as an accelerator. Never before has the vulnerability of our energy system been felt so directly. Never before has the need for a reliable and affordable fossil-free energy supply been so clear. And never before has it been so obvious that the energy transition cannot rest on solar and wind power alone. It is true that for the transition to succeed, we need every carbon-free energy source we can get. But we also need a source that's available come rain or shine. And that is nuclear energy. At COP28, we reached collectively a new milestone. In Dubai, more than 20 countries signed a declaration to triple nuclear energy capacity by 2050. The Netherlands is one of the signatories. Because we realize that we can't reach net zero anytime soon without investing heavily in nuclear energy. So that's exactly what we are doing. We are investing in the existing nuclear power plant in Borselen in order to keep it open longer. The mayor of that town will address this summit later today. And we are now preparing to build 2 new large-scale facilities in the years ahead. Yes, of course, we need to keep innovating to make nuclear energy ever safer and also more efficient. That goes without saying. And with that in mind, today I want to applaud the efforts of you, Mr. Grossi, and everyone at the International Atomic Energy Agency. The agency's role as a knowledge provider and also a watchdog. These 2 roles, it is crucial. Not only for individual countries, but also for the international community. You help foster the kind of global cooperation that we need to move forward. So let's keep working together for a safe and stable energy future that serves both people and planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister Rutte. And we now invite the members and observers of the Nuclear Alliance on the stage for a family picture. We will resume the order of the national statements right after. So please, may I welcome all the members and all the observers of the Nuclear Alliance. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your seats again, please, so we can continue. Thank you. I'm sure it's going to be a beautiful family picture. Good. For the next national statement, I'm honored to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Poland, His Excellency Donald Tusk. We will wait for Mr. Tusk, but I will continue with the Prime Minister of Slovakia, His Excellency Robert Fico.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to say that I agree with the declaration from this summit. Secondly, I really see this summit as a good example that the European Union is able to change its views. It was in 2007 when I was first time the Prime Minister in Slovakia, and we decided to finish 2 blocks of nuclear power plant in Mochovce. And my government was heavily criticized by the European Commission and by the European Union. So I hope that this summit is a good example that the European Union and its organs are able to change views not only in the field of nuclear energy but also in other fields. Ladies and gentlemen, atomic energy, nuclear energy, plays decisive role in Slovakia, and Slovakia can be compared with France. Sometimes I can say that Slovakia is a small France when I compare how we use atomic energy in my country. Just to understand, we produce in Slovakia at the moment 1 million cars, and there are plans to produce 1.5 million cars per year. So we understand that if we want to face all these challenges connected with electromobility, we have to discuss the question how to guarantee supply of energy. That's why we have decided very recently to continue in the construction of nuclear plants in Slovakia. So I'd like to inform you that my government will invite all companies from the world to compete, because we would like to construct completely new nuclear power plant with a power 1,100 or 1,200 megawatts in Slovakia. So everyone who is interested in this field is absolutely welcomed in my country. Slovakia is a country that is able to construct power plants, is able to close, at the same time is able to deal with the accidents, because we had one accident in 70s in Slovakia. So please, everyone who is interested in experience in the field of atomic power is welcomed to Slovakia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And now may I ask a warm welcome to the Prime Minister of Slovenia, His Excellency Robert Golob.
Dear Alexander, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that the global warming is the major threat to humanity, and that we must do everything we can to decarbonize all of the sectors. But the energy comes first. In that regard, my country plans to decarbonize the power sector as soon as by 2040. In order to get there, there is only one path forward, and that is the combination of both. Ambitious plans in renewables, but also ambitious plans in expanding our nuclear facilities. Slovenia has been a nuclear state for 40 years, and the experience that we've had, it's only positive. Positive when it comes to energy security, positive when it comes to affordable prices for our citizens and industry, and also positive when it comes to our energy outlook. And by trying to answer to some of the challenges posed by the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, how to get there, how to be able to deliver both on time and on budget. I say that there are 5 areas that we need to address. We as politicians, we shall first set the nuclear safety at the first spot. There should be no trade-offs, no compromises when it comes to nuclear safety. Only by being able to operate the facilities in a totally safe way, we can ensure the public support. That is the second one. So the public support for the new facilities is crucial. Just to share an information with you, we are, of course, doing the polls for Slovenia, and the public support for nuclear has never been higher than now in Slovenia. It's above 65% of the population. And that's so important to understand. The third area is, of course, the cost of financing. The nuclear energy facilities, the new ones, shall have access to the multilateral banks and the financial institutions at the most favorable rates. That is important because there are examples where the cost of financing can be as much as 50% of total costs. The fourth one is the supply chain, especially in the view of the global instability because of all the wars, crises all around the world. The global supply chain shall be strengthened. It is not such at the moment. We need to address this issue in order to be able for the nuclear industry to deliver on time and on budget. And fifth, we need to ensure that the people, the personnel is there. Most of the facilities in the world are 40 and more years old, meaning that most of the most experienced workforce has been retired. We need to ensure and invest in the new skilled workforce as soon as possible. And that is also one challenge that we politicians shall not overlook. I definitely agreed with the saying that the future is nuclear as well. And I totally commend Belgium for hosting this conference now because we are lagging behind. We need to act immediately if we want the nuclear to really fulfill its role in our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now please welcome the Prime Minister of Sweden, His Excellency Ulf Kristersson.
Dear Alexander, ladies and gentlemen, let me first really thank you, Prime Minister De Croo, for organizing this very first Energy Summit, and the same thanks to Director General Grossi. Thank you so much. As everybody knows, the world needs more clean electricity, and an important part of that is more nuclear power as well. We need it, obviously, to combat climate change, and we need it to make the world safer in a time of geopolitical upheaval. At COP28, more than 20 countries, Sweden included, launched the Declaration of Triple Nuclear Energy. The declaration recognizes the key role of nuclear energy in achieving global net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and keeping the 1.5-degree goal within reach. On the topic of COP28, I will also underline Sweden's support of IAEA's landmark statement that net zero needs nuclear power. Sweden already has an almost fossil-free electricity and heating system, thanks to a large share of nuclear power, traditional hydro and other renewables. But to meet our climate targets by 2045, we need to electrify transportation and industry, which could double the electricity demand in only 2 decades. Less than 10 years ago, Sweden was decommissioning nuclear reactors. Those days are over. My government has reversed that policy and is now planning a significant expansion instead. The government has launched several initiatives to enable the rapid expansion of new nuclear power in Sweden, with the goal of at least 2,500 megawatts installed capacity by 2035. At the same time, we maintain a high level of nuclear safety. We are doing so to improve our electricity system, but it will also improve the electricity supply in neighboring countries to Sweden. One of the main barriers to the expansion of new nuclear energy is securing funding. It is therefore necessary for governments to share the financial risks, to strengthen the conditions and provide additional incentives. Other stakeholders, including international financial institutions and multinational development banks, must affirm the place of nuclear power in our fossil-free future. In January, 14 Swedish industrial leaders wrote an op-ed stating that they are ready to assist if they get clear answers from policy makers. That is something all of us must consider going forward, because without energy policies, you have nothing like climate policies. We need to continue strengthening international collaboration to harness the full potential of civil nuclear energy and triple nuclear energy globally, while ensuring the safe, secure, and exclusively peaceful use of nuclear technologies. The IAEA plays a vital role in all these aspects. I am looking forward to working closely with you all to achieve our common goals. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And for the following national statement, I'm very honored to give the floor to the President of France. Please welcome His Excellency Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you very much, President, Prime Ministers, dear Alexander, dear Raphael. Thank you. Thank you for this great initiative. And I think this is a very important moment because collectively we embody definitely this alliance of strength and willingness to do much more for climate, economies, and with business leaders, researchers, and so on, to build new solutions. I don't want to repeat what my colleague perfectly expressed, but our challenge is to deliver on climate change and reduce our CO2 emissions, is to improve our sovereignty by securing our energy, and it's to improve our competitiveness in order to create jobs at the same time. And it's true for all the regions of the planet being present here in this room. If you want to reconcile these three objectives, you need the relevant and consistent energy approach. Let me say that we can electrify our mobility, but if the electricity is produced with fossil fuel, it's a stupid move. You can decide to make a big move towards more electrification, but if you are totally dependent on complicated regions, let's say, in order to produce your own electricity, it could be a complicated move. And we experienced this type of vulnerability during the past few years. So how to reduce and produce a relevant low-carbon energy, for me, is based on three key elements. Efficiency, and how not to consume energy, which is definitely the less expensive energy. So innovation and efficiency. Second, renewables, which is a very smart way to produce low-carbon energy, but it's not pilotable. matter of fact. And third, nuclear energy, because it's a low-carbon, pilotable energy and source of electricity. This is why the comprehensive approach in order to deliver this agenda is based for me on efficiency, renewables, and nuclear energy. And this is why this alliance is so important, and the commitment taken in COP28 is so relevant. In order to do so, I just want to add a few remarks in the line of my colleague. First, we have to produce much more capacities. In France, we will produce 9 gigawatts, it's already on track, and on top of that, I will announce 14 gigawatts on top of it. All in all, it's around 50 gigawatts for the European countries to be produced in the years and decades to come. But in all the regions of the world being present here, it's a very important source of energy. And from Caucasus to Asia, Latin America, obviously the US, this is a very important way to do it, and de facto to reduce cost. Second, financing. Cost of financing, Robert mentioned it, is a very important part of precisely the competitiveness of this type of project. This is why we have to put the European Investment Bank, but to streamline our regulatory framework, to be neutral from a technological point of view in all the different regions, and to attract a lot of private investments because it's a relevant move. Third, it's very important to secure as well the industry and all the blocks of the value chain. And de facto, energy could be a huge source of jobs creation, a huge source of industrial development, because we will create or recreate in the different countries a lot of this value chain and a lot of jobs in order to produce the nuclear plants, to secure them, and to be in charge of the full-fledged function. It's very important as well to secure this different block of the value chain. Fourth, competences. One of the big issues, and we had this problem during the past decade in France, it's when you have shortage in some competences. This is why building this alliance and this commitment, we have now to be sure that we have the relevant planning in terms of education, training programs, to be sure that we have all the workers we need in order to produce. 5, waste management. One of the big issues, we discussed that with Alexander, and a big source of sensitiveness in our countries is obviously about the waste management. Let's still innovate. We have solutions. We do it in France and in a lot of countries being used of nuclear energy. But we can create new solutions, more regional solutions, and I speak for the Europeans especially. We can have a European approach in terms of waste management. It's something to be invented. 6, innovation. Obviously, we have mature projects we want to deploy, but SMRs and ASMRs are a huge source of creation for smaller needs, but as well in order to decarbonize our industrial sites and in order to deliver precisely our decarbonization agenda on, in our ports and in the big existing plants and industrial plants, because it will be a huge source of innovation as well. So this innovation track is absolutely critical, and I want to commend those who will participate to this SMRs Alliance. 7th, interconnection. On top of what we do, we have to work actively all together on electrical grids and interconnections, which will be a huge game changer in order to provide pilotable, sustainable, and low-cost electricity, and to try to fix the fragmentation of the existing market, especially in Europe, but to connect all the different parts of the market. EU, but as well Caucasus and Western Balkans should be interconnected, and we have to invest on this electrical grid. And my last point, obviously, is about safety. I think we improved our safety, and I think all of us here are re-engaging post-Fukushima, because we invested a lot in order to increase the existing standards. And I think the cooperation between our safety agencies And the best standards we have is absolutely critical. I think this is a source of competitiveness and acceptability for nuclear energy. And I want to commend the role as well of the international agency, Cher Raphael, because from Iran to Zaporizhzhia in Ukraine and all the sensitive issues, having an independent international coordination through your agency is so important. Here were the key elements I wanted to mention on top of the remarks made by the colleagues. But I want to thank you here for your presence. But now let's deliver a very concrete and an action plan with the governments, with the agency, and I want to salute as well the l'Agence internationale de l'énergie, cher Fatih, and all the business leaders and the researchers, because we have for decades now a huge agenda of growth, innovation, jobs creation, making us able to deliver our objective for carbon neutrality in 2050. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Macron. And now, please welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ceyhun Bayramov.
Mr. Prime Minister, Director General, heads of states and governments, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. We extend our thanks to Belgium and the International Atomic Energy Agency for the kind invitation. We are gathered here at a crucial time to deliberate on the environmentally conscious pathway of our global energy landscape. The inclusion of nuclear energy in the global stocktake at COP28 as a means for reductions in greenhouse gas emissions was indeed a historic milestone. This development is a testament to the progress made collectively in ensuring the safety and security of nuclear energy and highlights the instrumental role of the IAEA. The IAEA steps focusing on the environmental impacts of nuclear energy, most notably the Atoms for Climate initiative, are commendable and deserve our full support. As we explore expanded use of nuclear energy, it is imperative that we redouble our efforts in addressing nuclear safety. Moreover, facilitating affordable access to nuclear technologies for peaceful purposes should remain a cornerstone of our collective endeavor. We, as the host country for COP29, are committed to spearheading efforts to produce tangible outcomes at this milestone event to be held in Baku later this year. Ensuring the inclusion of facilitated and affordable nuclear energy technologies in the resource deliberations of the COP process is essential. In this context, we look forward to contributions by the IAEA to this process. At the national level, Azerbaijan benefits from the peaceful use of nuclear technology in medical, agriculture and other fields. Together with the IAEA, we are also exploring the possibility of use of nuclear applications in detecting landmines, which is a significant challenge for Azerbaijan. We are currently finalizing our framework document with the IAEA for the next 5 years, which contains provisions on studying jointly with the IAEA the feasibility of use of nuclear energy in the context of Azerbaijan's efforts in transitioning to clean energy. In conclusion, the path forward necessitates a balanced approach integrating the safe, secure, equitable and affordable expansion of nuclear energy while ensuring environmental sustainability. I would like to assure you that in our national capacity and as the COP29 chair, we will spare no effort in this regard. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, His Excellency Mohammad Ishaq Dar.
Honorable host, Prime Minister De Croo, Excellency Director General IAEA, Dr. Grossi, Excellencies Presidents, Prime Ministers, Deputy Prime Ministers, Ministers, and Honorable Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. I thank the Government of Belgium and IAEA for organizing this first ever nuclear energy summit. The summit is taking place in times of rising energy demands and associated supply side challenges triggered by wars, contestations, and climate change concerns. Energy security stands high on global priorities for both developing and developed world. We need clean and cost-effective energy. With immense power density, negligible carbon footprints, and the greenhouse emissions, nuclear energy offers a viable solution for the future. We endorse nuclear energy as one of the low-emission technologies in the recent COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, it is gratifying that technology innovations continue to make nuclear energy safer and more cost-effective. We must continue our focus on safety, waste management, and proliferation. States must also continue to ensure focus on nuclear safety and security, waste management, and compliance with non-proliferation obligations. Small modular reactors hold the promise of bringing nuclear power to remote or underserved communities, providing access to clean and affordable energy where it is needed the most. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has 100 reactor years experience of safely operating nuclear power plants. We started construction of first nuclear power plant in Karachi 6 decades ago in 1960s. Presently, Pakistan has 6 operating nuclear power plants generating 3,530 megawatts of electricity. Nuclear energy constitutes around 8% of our installed electric generation capacity as of today. Given rising domestic energy demands and climate vulnerabilities, nuclear energy is being prioritized in both our national electricity policy and national climate change policy. The installed nuclear energy capacity in the country has avoided more than 100 million tons of CO2 emissions so far. Pakistan has fully trained human resource capable to support nuclear power infrastructure. Our robust regulatory infrastructure ensures comprehensive safety and security of national nuclear installations and materials access all domains. Pakistan also stands ready to share its experience and expertise in peaceful uses of nuclear technology with the world. We value our partnership with IAEA, which is not limited to energy only. We have 3 IAEA collaborating centers for nuclear safety and security, food and agriculture, and applications of innovative nuclear technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to further enhance our cooperation on initiatives of DG IAEA, including Atoms for Net Zero, Atoms for Food, Rays of Hope, Zodic, Nutic Plastics, and Marie Curie Fellowships. For further development of nuclear energy, I would like to emphasize 3 points. 1. Access to technology, provision of nuclear power reactors, nuclear fuel, and other associated infrastructure to the developing countries in accordance with respective safeguard obligations. 2. Financing nuclear power projects, financing for nuclear energy through international financial institutions and multilateral development funds need to be catalyzed. 3. Increasing IAEA and Technical Cooperation Fund, IAEA capacity for technical assistance in peaceful uses of nuclear energy may be facilitated through either a dedicated funding stream or through enhanced alterations and allocations to existing technical cooperation fund. Pakistan will remain a steadfast partner of IAEA community and the international partners in further enhancing role of nuclear technology for energy and other peaceful purposes. I thank you all.
Thank you, Minister Dar. And now please welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey, His Excellency Hakan Fidan.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Director General, Honorable Heads of State and Government, and dear colleagues, it is a distinct pleasure to be at the first Nuclear Energy Summit. Therefore, we thank Belgium and the IAEA for organizing this timely meeting. The summit constitutes a turning point concerning the future of civil nuclear energy. Here we acknowledge the role of civil nuclear energy in energy security and the fight against climate change. Turkey has already been implementing a solid energy route and source diversification strategy with an ambitious clean energy transition agenda. As a fast-growing industrial economy, we had to introduce new energy supply programs. Therefore, we stepped into the civil nuclear arena. The Akkuyu nuclear power plant is our flagship project. Once fully operational, it will meet 10% of our electricity demand. Our objective is to raise this level by building additional conventional plants as well as small modular reactors. As an embarking country, we have been applying the highest international safety standards in cooperation with the agency. I would also like to highlight the importance of global cooperation for financing of nuclear energy projects. Excellencies, the situation in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is a serious concern for us. Our country and the region had to endure the Chernobyl disaster many years ago. We simply cannot afford another one. Turkey undertakes several initiatives to avert a dreadful episode in Zaporizhzhia. We also support the Director General's efforts in this regard. The use or threat to use of nuclear weapons is not acceptable. Particularly, the rhetoric about nuclear weapons casts shadow on our common pursuit for a secure and energy-wise clean future. The most stressful region in this regard is the Middle East. While the carnage in Gaza goes on, Israeli officials' narrative on nuclear weapons cannot be simply shrugged off as reckless. Turkey, therefore, reiterates its call for denuclearizing the region to avoid a possible nuclear arms race. We appreciate the IAEA's critical role in this evolving landscape of nuclear safety and security. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And for the following statement, I would like to ask a warm welcome to the Parliamentary Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, His Excellency Masahiro Komura.
My name is Komura Masahiro, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. Today, on the occasion of the memorable inaugural Nuclear Energy Summit, I am honored to deliver a message on behalf of Prime Minister Kishida Fumio. As affirmed at the G7 Hiroshima Summit, chaired by Japan last year, it is time for all countries to aim to achieve the common goal of net zero through various pathways that are compatible with economic growth and energy security. To achieve this goal, it is essential to introduce clean energy to the greatest extent possible. Nuclear energy is indispensable, along with renewable energy and other measures. We must devise strategies to attract further investment, which is necessary to enhance the use of nuclear energy. Japan commits to thorough energy conservation and to prioritize renewable energy as its primary power source. At the same time, Japan will continuously reflect upon the lessons from the accident at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station and ensure that the use of nuclear power places safety as its top priority. Excellencies, implementing green transformation, or GX, to enhance energy security, while also advancing decarbonization, is an important concern. Japan will work to push forward the restart of nuclear power plants, extend their operational periods, and foster the development and construction of new generation advanced reactors. Furthermore, Japan will promote research and development through global collaboration and strive to establish a robust supply chain. Nuclear power has potential to contribute to human development, not only in the energy sector, but across various fields, including industry, medicine, and agriculture. The IAEA's role as a promoter of peaceful use of nuclear energy is expanding as never before. Japan has recently decided to contribute a total of 18.5 million euros to initiatives such as Atoms for Food, improving monitoring for maritime states, including Pacific nations, and ensuring nuclear safety in Ukraine. Japan will continue to strengthen its cooperation with the IAEA across a wide range of areas. In partnership with the international community, Japan is committed to extending every effort to ensure the safe and sustainable use of nuclear energy and nuclear non-proliferation. This commitment aims to create an environment that forthcoming generations can cherish and uphold with pride. It is my hope that this summit will make significant progress in that direction. Thank you. Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, led out by Komura Masahiro, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. And now I'm very honored to give the floor to the Senior Advisor to the President for Clean Energy, Innovation and Implementation of the United States of America, Mr. John Podesta.
Good afternoon, and let me begin by thanking Prime Minister De Croo and Director General Grossi for organizing and hosting today's summit and for driving a strong outcome. The United States has long been a global leader and proponent of peaceful use of nuclear energy under the highest standards of nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation. As Director General Grossi noted, since President Eisenhower's Atoms for Peace speech, we have been undergirding that approach to nuclear power. And today we're engaged in a 21st century update to that Atoms for Peace vision. We see nuclear energy as vital to tackling the climate crisis and building a clean, resilient, and reliable energy economy, both in the United States and around the world. It's why the United States co-led a bold pledge with more than 20 countries at COP28 to triple global nuclear energy capacity by 2050. 2024, of course, is a critical year of implementation for that pledge. We estimate that the United States alone would need to build 200 gigawatts of new nuclear capacity to meet our domestic net zero 2050 commitment. We're getting to work. Nuclear fission is already our largest source of clean energy. Construction was recently completed on the AP1000 Vogtle 3 unit, and we're working to complete the Vogtle Unit 4 unit. When fully operational this year, Vogtle will be the largest source of clean, firm power in the United States. U.S. companies with support of the Biden-Harris administration are also building multiple advanced and small modular reactor demonstrations to speed their commercial deployment and make them ready for worldwide deployment by the beginning of the next decade. And fusion energy shows promise for helping us reach net zero by 2050, attracting over $6 billion for 43 fusion companies globally. 25 of those are located in the United States. The U.S. is committed to leading by example. As we demonstrate our success at home, we're shaping our tools to support responsible nuclear power deployment around the world. The U.S. Export-Import Bank announced a suite of financial tools at COP28 to support global deployment of small modular reactors. And in 2021 and 2022, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency completed a $10 million study for a large reactor project in Poland and a $28 million study for the first phase of an SMR project in Romania. The U.S. nuclear industry is ready to do its part to address the climate crisis and help the world build safe, secure, reliable nuclear power. We also need to work together to build safe, reliable, and secure fuel supplies that reduce reliance on any one country or actor. At COP28, the United States, Japan, Canada, France, and the UK announced we would collectively mobilize at least $4.2 billion in government-led investments to enhance enrichment and conversion capacity over the next 3 years, and we've already surpassed that goal just a few months later. We're committed to working domestically and globally to keep the 1.5 degree C within reach and to make sure that nuclear energy does its part to build a safer, cleaner, better future for our entire planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Podesta. The goal of this gathering is to highlight the role of nuclear energy in addressing the global challenges to reduce the use of fossil fuels, enhance energy security, and boost economic development. And for a reaction to the declaration and the national statements, please welcome the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency to the stage, Dr. Fatih Birol.
Prime Minister De Croo, dear Rafael, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Dear colleagues, at the International Energy Agency, we are a very lucky organization, fortunate organization, because we have all the energy data at our fingertips. All the projects, investments, numbers. And 2.5 years ago, in Paris, there was a major nuclear meeting 2.5 years ago. And at that meeting, I dare to say, nuclear is ready to make a comeback. And today, when I look at this data, I can assure you that nuclear is coming back, and coming back strongly. What happened in the last 2.5 years? Why it changed? Think about the colleagues who deal with nuclear issues and the others. What changed? I think 3 things changed. The mood for nuclear, making it more positive. The first one, we talk about climate change here a lot, and I will come in a moment. But in my view, the main driver for pushing the nuclear at the forefront was the energy security. After 24th of February, 2 years ago, everybody in the world, in Europe and the rest of the world, understood that to generate electricity at home is very important for the national security. So many countries changed their policies accordingly and push renewables and nuclear electricity in order to enhance their energy securities. And I want to hear the congratulate, in fact, the Prime Minister De Croo. Many of you may know or not, but the Belgium nuclear policy was very different than it is today. And the Prime Minister had the courage and the determination to reverse it in line with the national interests of Belgium for today, but also for tomorrow. So the first driver was the energy security of nuclear making a comeback. Second one is, many colleagues mentioned, climate change. If we want to reach net zero without having any nuclear, it is impossible. It plays a crucial role. And the third and last point, dear colleagues, in today's economy, if you want to compete, you need stable electricity prices. So the third one is the competitiveness gave a boost to nuclear power. And ladies and gentlemen, it is looking very good for nuclear, but a success is not taken for granted. There is a job for government and job for industry. For governments, please, please, please value the job that nuclear industry, nuclear electricity generation is providing zero emission and 24/7 electricity to your economies. Through different ways, because nuclear projects are not easy projects. They took a long time. You built a solar or wind plant, 2-3 years of time. Nuclear takes a long time. There are many construction risks. They require huge capital, the upfront capital. So there is a role for governments to play here. The job also for industry. Now, we have many, our colleagues said, the moderator, 300 representatives of the nuclear industry. To be very frank, dear representatives of the nuclear industry, In the recent years, the track record of the nuclear industry is not very bright. And I think nuclear industry needs to, now, as Madame von der Leyen said, the President, more disciplined and try to deliver on time and on budget. This is extremely important. Dear colleagues, last 2 points. Another challenge coming for the new nuclear builds around the world, which is competitiveness with the changing the dynamics of natural gas markets. The IEA, our analysis show that starting from 2025, huge amount of new LNG coming to markets, United States, Qatar, and elsewhere. This will put a downward pressure on the natural gas prices. Therefore, the appetite for building the gas-fired power plants might be much stronger than today, which could make the life of nuclear power rather challenging. Dear colleagues, let me finish my words by making a suggestion to all of you. Nuclear industry, unlike the other parts of the energy industry, it is very important to show international political determination, as we are showing here today. So my suggestion is, to this meeting, organized and hosted kindly by the Prime Minister De Croo and my friend Rafael, maybe this meeting can be a regular meeting at the international level to review what we are doing, what we are achieving, and what is the next step to take stock. And International Energy Agency will be very happy to support this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Birol. And as announced by the International Atomic Energy Agency's Director General, Mr. Grossi, in his opening remarks, the declaration has been adopted. So, once again, thank you and yes. Thank you, dear Excellencies, for your contributions to this summit. And we will now take a break and continue at approximately 1:30 p.m. with the remaining national statements. Allow me to invite you all for some refreshments, for a light lunch in the Delegates' Lounge in Event Hall 10. Thank you.
Սիրում եք գնումներ անել տնից, գերազանց առաջարկ Էլդորադոից։ Օնլայնացում։ Մեր ողջ տեսականիով սրահը ձեր տանը։ Eldorado.am կայքում ապրանքներ զեղչված գներով։ Զինվեք միջոցներով, որ գնեք գերշահավետ ու նաև մասնակցեք 1 միլիոն դրամի տեխնիկայի գովազդային խաղարկությանը։ Դե հանդիպում ենք օնլայն Eldorado.am։ Շահավետ է։
Սովորիր փորձառուներից։ Զարմացրու եւ գործիր հրաշքներ։ Չէ որ հնարավորություններդ անսահմանափակ են։ Անսահմանափակ ինտերնետ անհնարինի սահմանները ջնջելու համար։ Be free unlimited։
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this press point after the first part of this summit. A summit which it really is one of a kind. I think many of the speakers have emphasized that. As you know, 37 delegations from across the globe that were here with really one clear ambition: is how do we become CO2 net zero by 2050? And as I said in my statement, we do this in the shadow of the atomium. And the atomium really is a showcase of the belief that in the 50s we had in science and in scientific progress, on how scientific progress can solve our big endeavors. More than ever, we need that. As humanity, we have never solved our big endeavors by putting progress in reverse. It's actually quite the opposite. We need to put progress one gear higher, and that means more investment, more innovation, more growth, but a different growth. And let us be clear on that. A different growth, a growth which is decarbonized. And if we want to decarbonize it, we will have to look at all technologies. And really for us in Belgium, it's not about ideology. It's about science. And the debate on nuclear has been way too much ideologically dominated over the last decades. And what we see today is that if you talk with a young generation, it's not about the ideology, it's about science. And it's about the scientific characteristics of the solutions that are on the table here. And dear Raphael, I really thank you for helping us in organizing this event, and also in the energy choices that we have made over the past years. COP28 in Dubai really was a changing moment, and this is the first time that it was really clear that nuclear is part of the solution. It is not the solution, but it is part of the solution to fight climate change, to make sure that we have energy independence, to have enough competitiveness in the world of today, where this is crucial. If we want to electrify our society, our industry, we will need abundance of energy and of electricity. If we want our mobility to become green, then we need to make sure that electricity produced is also produced in a green way. If we want to have the benefits of AI, we will need abundance of energy. And AI is really involved on both sides. AI will help us to become even more secure in producing energy, and we know that this is a big topic related to nuclear, but we will also need nuclear to power AI. So really connected one to the other. My main point is this is not a polarized discussion. And you might have seen in all the interventions here, this event is an event that also embraces renewables. Nuclear and renewables go hand in hand. And if we want to achieve our goals and we want to achieve as fast, then nuclear is going to play a role in it, but as much renewable is going to play a role in it. And I think the Belgian energy strategy really is a case in point. Up to now, we've heard political statements, but one of the big elements of this event is that the private sector is here, civil society is here, more than 300 CEOs and representatives of the industry is here, and it is time that this industry opens up. I mean, this industry has a past of being quite closed, being a bit secretive, and there were many reasons for that in the past. Today, it's time to open up, and today we see the innovation that is happening. We see all the new developments in this industry, and this can only be to the benefit of everyone. So I'm extremely happy with the way this event has happened up to now, and I think that actually this afternoon the best is actually yet to come, because the discussions will be real interactive discussions this afternoon. Some of the interventions talked about the follow-up for this event. I agree. It does not have to be every year in Brussels. It can, but it does not have to be. But I think really it is the debate on nuclear has moved to center stage, and that's a good thing. Let's continue on that and have discussions that are as open but especially as ambitious as possible.
Thank you, Alexander. And I wouldn't mind coming every year to Brussels. Brussels is a place of diplomacy. Brussels is a place for meeting halfway in so many ways. So I think it was of all logic that we would start this year. I think what you said, Alexander, I would subscribe word by word. What is the added value of having the IAEA? Of course, the IAEA is the global platform. We have European platforms, we have regional platforms, but the IAEA is the global platform that is there to make sure that we have a level playing field, that what we do is safe, that we have the necessary standards to move forward with the traditional technologies, with the new technologies, that we facilitate also access to nuclear energy for those who are lagging behind and need the necessary institutions to do so, that needs the capacity building to move forward. And also, again, for the globality, in the sense, as you can see by the flags behind, nuclear is Europe, but nuclear is also what you see here. Nuclear is Asia, nuclear is Latin America, nuclear is Africa, nuclear is North America. So it's a global effort, and for that we need the IAEA to be there. So again, happy to be a part of this effort, to be coordinating. Of course, there will be follow-up of this. The important thing, and I guess this is something concrete that we are taking from this first summit, is the idea that we have to tackle still the knots we have to untie. I wouldn't call them challenges. For every human activity, there are things that need to be solved. In this case, we have a lot of work to do in terms of the financing, nationally, regionally, with banks, with institutions, so that they are up to speed as well with what the market wants and what countries want. So I will stop here, also take your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafael. Any questions? Yes, please, go ahead. There is microphones that will come your way. Please,
Thank you.
State who you are and then your question.
John Inger from Bloomberg News. Viktor Orban, in his statement today, talked about Russian nuclear fuel and but it's not just a problem that Hungary has. A lot of European countries are reliant on Russian supplies of nuclear fuel. How worried are you that this push for a nuclear revival is just going to play into the hands of Moscow when providing these kind of fuels? Thank you.
Well, adapting supply chains take time, and doing it in a secure and a reliable way takes time, but it is clearly one of the assignments to the industry and to governments working on this, is to adapt supply chains as fast as possible, and also there to disconnect from Russian supply. But we need to balance things. I mean, in a sense, if you want to decarbonize, if you want to reduce CO2 production, we need to make sure that our nuclear power plants can continue. And as said, we can do all the renewable in the world, and I'm a big fan of doing more renewables, but we'll need nuclear as well to reduce CO2 emission as fast as possible.
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. Sir? Yeah.
Hello, Rumianova Kirelska from NucNet News Agency, Nuclear Power News Agency. My question is specifically to Mr. Grossi. How is your organization changing in line with the tripling of nuclear power capacity building across the world? Tell us a little bit if we are going to look at any changes in the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Certainly, we are doing that very actively. One thing that we have done, for example, is that, you may have heard in the statements, there is a lot of reference to small modular reactors. People talk about that more than they know what exactly these are. And we at the IAEA have all the technology, information, and the capacity to help countries that are interested in this type of technology. We are giving countries the necessary, indispensable elements on a regulatory level to be able to host nuclear infrastructure safely. We are also, at the request of many countries, we are assisting them in evaluating the bids. You know that there is, of course, the IAEA is commercially neutral. We are at the service of every state, but they are approached, and very rightly so, by many vendors, and countries come to us so that we can give them an impartial look at things, considering what is their national infrastructure, their national possibilities, so that any move, any concrete move, is based on more solid, assumptions. Thank you.
I want to ask about the global cooperation. You know, in the height of the Cold War, there was a Soviet-U.S. cooperation in fighting polio. So if you listen to the speech this morning, some sounds very geopolitical. Who is reliable, who is not. So if you talk about China, Russia, U.S., France, just give a few countries who are leaders in nuclear energy, how you would do to ensure global cooperation, not a bifurcation, of this, nuclear energy, because we're fighting the same enemy, climate change, and to achieve net zero. Thank you.
I agree. We are always better off working together in the world and fighting our big challenges. And climate change is something where all of us are partners. We're all of us partners. In some other domains, we might be rivals or enemies, but in fighting climate change, we're partners. And definitely in nuclear, we see that on the issues, for example, of nuclear security, we continue working together, and that's to the benefit of everyone. On the energy strategy point of view, the more diversified you are of technologies and of origins, the more stable you are. It would be a mistake to turn our back to the rest of the world, and we Europeans have no intention of that. We want to continue to be open to the world and continue trading with the rest of the world and continue investing together with the rest of the world, and I think that nuclear is one of those domains where there's many good reasons to continue working together. Yeah, there in the middle.
28 COP in Abu Dhabi, how do you think that, how the impact of the outcomes of COP28 in Dubai to organize this meeting and to discuss the issue that was a result in COP28 in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, well, thank you, Alexander. COP28 was obviously a watershed in the sense that every country, not only countries that have nuclear energy or want to have nuclear energy, every country agreed that nuclear energy is part of the solution, and not only that it should be accelerated. This was very important. It may look bureaucratic at first sight, but it is not, because many decisions, political decisions at financial institutions depend on governments either wanting something or not opposing it, which is very, very important as well. And we have seen cases of that. So what we need is to have a basic fundamental consensus around the idea that those wanting and having nuclear should be helped in doing so. So after Dubai, and I can tell you that I had been before Dubai in previous COPs, and the dialogue was different, the tone was different, nuclear was not welcomed. So, and we knew what we know now. The thing was that, politically speaking, there was a divide. Now, I think there is a convergence. There is an idea that there is a bigger problem that we need to deal with, and I think it's very promising. And this is why there is a summit now. There has never been one before. Why there is one now?
Just rapidly, the decision to organize a summit like this was made before Dubai. But it shows that, great minds think alike. Who's next? Yep, there.
Bonjour, je me permets de poser ma question en français, je vous épargne mon anglais. Paul Messade de chez Euractiv. J'ai deux questions plutôt pour Monsieur De Croo. Premièrement, comment qualifieriez-vous l'approche actuelle de la Commission européenne sur le nucléaire? Est-elle en train de révolutionner doctrinalement? Et puis deuxième question, est-ce que vous pensez qu'EDF, en tant que principal énergéticien d'Europe, doit être privilégié pour les marchés européens? Merci beaucoup.
Je ne suis pas 100% sûr que j'ai tout pu comprendre. Mais donc la question était si on trouve que EDF a une position trop privilégiée dans le marché européen, c'est ça?
Justement, il faut privilégier EDF pour le marché européen du nucléaire, du nouveau nucléaire.
Non, EDF c'est un opérateur comme il y en a d'autres. En Belgique c'est Engie, dans d'autres pays il y en a d'autres. C'est naturellement un des opérateurs qui a la plus d'expertise. Mais dans ce monde-ci, on a besoin de travailler ensemble. À un moment donné, l'année passée, je pense que beaucoup de centrales françaises étaient non actifs. Et du côté belge, on a fait ce qui était nécessaire pour éviter qu'il y avait un blackout dans le nord de la France. Il n'y a personne qui peut être une solution tout seul, mais on compte sur un secteur privé qui nous amène l'efficacité, l'innovation, etc. Mais on voit bien que pour ce genre d'investissement, l'implication de l'État est quand même assez importante. Par rapport à la politique énergétique européenne dans le sens large, comme a été dit dans certains speeches, je ne pense pas que c'est une attente que chaque pays fasse du nucléaire. Pas du tout. Mais dans le mix global, il y en a certains qui le feront, il y en a d'autres qui se concentrent sur d'autres technologies. Ce qui est important, c'est d'avoir beaucoup d'interconnexions. Et là, il y a encore un travail énorme à faire en Europe. Le mieux qu'on sera interconnecté, le mieux que chacun pourra faire une différence dans sa spécialité. Alors, si on regarde les besoins d'énergie ou d'électricité dans les années à venir, on va devoir investir dans toutes les technologies. Et donc, je répète cela, ce sommet n'est pas un sommet qui est contre quelque chose. C'est un sommet qui est en complément avec d'autres technologies. Si on a un élément qu'on veut éviter au maximum, c'est les fuels fossiles. Mais si on veut les diminuer rapidement, on aura besoin de toutes les autres technologies. Yes, there.
Thanks very much, Prime Minister. Christine Munder from Deutsche Welle. I heard that one of the obstacles to scaling up nuclear is mobilizing financing. And in a situation where people are having to make the decision between renewables and nuclear, is it not potentially looking like wealthier countries are potentially shrinking the pool of funding for example, renewables that countries in Africa, for example, could likely afford, so that you guys can refurbish your old nuclear power plants?
Interesting question. On the Belgian side, we're refurbishing it with our own investments. We're not using any external financing. It's 50-50, the operator, and we do the other 50%. So I'm not sure that multilateral financing is being used to refurbish plants in the Western world. There is a discussion now on the capacity of the European Investment Bank to be active in nuclear. And I think that is a valid discussion, and I'm in favor that they could. I think that we as legislators, we have to be clear on the objective. And the objective is reducing CO2 as fast as possible. But you need to be open on the method being used. Innovation is not something that governments are good at. The private sector is good at that. And we should be quite open on what's the technology being used to achieve it. Now, is it offshore wind? Is it photovoltaic? Is it nuclear? Is it in the future fusion? That's not for me to decide. So to me, a multilateral bank should not be saying, I will finance this and not finance something else. I think they should be as technology agnostic as possible. I think multilateral banks are effective when they are a lever for private financing. There is not a lack of private financing in the world today. Quite the contrary. What lacks is the right circumstances to get that private financing going, and then the multilateral bank should be a lever to multiply the private investment. Maybe two more questions, and then I fear we have to go. Yes, there, and then we'll go that side.
Afsa Alami, Al Jazeera Net. First, you were talking about all the flags behind you. And in the Arab world, we have a lot of countries. So my question is, what is the problem? Why we don't have a lot of Arab countries talking nuclear now? My second question, where did the Iranian nuclear agreement reach? Thank you.
Well, maybe rapidly, Egypt is here, Saudi Arabia is here. I don't know if Pakistan, Bangladesh, you could count it as Arab countries. I mean, but saying that the Arab world is not here, I think is not correct. But maybe Rafael can help me out here.
And here we don't have like 4.
Okay, that's an assignment for the next summit. But I think that if you look here, every continent is present except for Australia and New Zealand. Okay, last one there. And then the last one, you're next to it.
Hello, Robert Hodgson for Euronews. You're currently the EU Council presidency holder, and we have pro-nuclear Hungary next. What do you want to see from the next Commission with regards to promoting the development of nuclear power in the EU? And do you see any risk of a sort of split between member states, pro-nuclear and anti-nuclear? Thank you.
No, I don't see that at all. I see respect for the choices that countries make, and I definitely see a discussion that is much more scientific than the ideological discussion that we used to see in the past. From the Belgian presidency, the remaining months we'll mostly focus on setting an agenda for next Commission, and we have one big priority is to keep heavy industry in Europe, and keeping heavy industry in Europe is good for the world, because we are the continent with the strictest rules on emissions. So if heavy industry leaves here, everyone loses, because it's moving away from a place where the rules are extremely strict. And keeping heavy industry here, there's a number of elements in that, but access to clean energy is one of the main factors. But to me, it's not choices to be made. It's a good mix to have had, and in a good mix, nuclear plays its role. All right, last question. Where is the microphone? You might have to scream. No, it's coming.
Thank you. Sarah White from the Financial Times. I just wanted to ask a last thing about the Russian supply chain. Is there a risk that a gulf could open up between the EU and the US on this, given that the US has made some moves towards thinking about ending their dependency on Russian nuclear fuel and could eventually be more prone to wanting to bring in sanctions? Thanks.
That question comes again and again. I think the fuel market has a reality and a certain share where a Russian provider is there with a share of the market. There are efforts in the United States, for example. There's important investment in this regard. In Europe, a little bit less, but there will be more, I guess. But let's make sure that, as the Prime Minister was saying, this is not about using nuclear energy as a political pawn, but rather look at the necessities and the needs of countries. There are certain long-term infrastructure projects where you may have Russian fuel that may change in the future. It will take some time. In other cases, new builds are coming without any Russian supply of fuel. So I would warn again against this point of having good nuclear against bad nuclear. I don't think this is conducive to what we need to have in the global energy market.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I have to run to do some interviews.
Of this, the important thing, and I guess this is something concrete that we are taking from this regionally with banks, with institutions, so that they
into the hands of Moscow when providing these kind of fuels. Thank you.
Well, and two governments working on this is to adapt supply chains as fast as possible, and also nuclear power plants can continue. And as said, we can do all the nuclear as well to reduce CO2 emission as fast as possible. Pas du tout. Mais dans le mix global, il y en a certains qui le feront, il y en a d'autres qui se concentrent sur d'autres technologies. Ce qui est important, c'est savoir ce sommet n'est pas un sommet qui est contre quelque chose. C'est un sommet moving away from a place where the rules are extremely strict. And keep as legislators, we have to be clear on the objective. And the objective is reducing CO2 as fast as possible. So it's good at that. And we should be quite open on what's the technology being used to achieve it. Now, is it offshore wind? Is it photovoltaic? What lacks is the right circumstances to get that private financing going. And then the multilateral bank should be a lever to multiply.
But it is not, because many decisions, political decisions at financial institutions depend on governments either wanting something or
Europe. And keeping heavy industry in Europe is good for the world, because we are the continent with the strictest rules on emissions.
սիրում եք գնումներ անել տնից, գերազանց առաջարկ Էլդորադոից։ Օնլայնացում։ Մեր ողջ տեսականիով սրահը ձեր տանը։ Eldorado.am կայքում ապրանքներ զեղչված գներով։ Զինվեք միջոցներով, որ գնեք գերշահավետ ու նաև մասնակցեք 1 միլիոն դրամի տեխնիկայի գովազդային խաղարկությանը։ Դե հանդիպում ենք օնլայն Eldorado.am։ Շահավետ է։
Սովորիր փորձառուներից։ Զարմացրու եւ գործիր հրաշքներ։ Չէ որ հնարավորություններդ անսահմանափակ են։ Անսահմանափակ ինտերնետ անհնարինի սահմանները ջնջելու համար։ Be free unlimited։